Thank you. President James Crawford. Vice President Shamika Brown. Vice President Shamika Brown. Trustee Shirley Baker.
Here.
Trustee Kathy Corbin.
Here.
Trustee Felice Holder. I saw her on the Zoom, but I'm not sure if she's still there. Trustee Gerard Morris and Trustee Letitia Walker.
Present.
That completes the roll call.
Motion to adopt tonight's agenda. First by Ms.
Walker.
Walker. Second, Baker. Questions? All those in favor? Opposed? Abstaining? 4-0-0. Is Ms. Holder on? Trustee Holder's on? 5-0-0. Reading of the mission statement.
To inspire the passion for learning and educating all students to achieve their full potential.
Thank you. Welcome everyone out tonight, braving the cold. Thanks for coming out, joining us in our voting session. At this time, we will motion for executive session for a couple labor items and personnel items.
Walker.
Walker first. Second, Baker. Questions? All those in favor? Opposed? 5-0-0. We are now entering executive session at 5:40. Which is the block vote? Morris. Walker, but I would like to remove Board of Education number 5, Personnel number 2, letter C. What was the other one? Personnel 8. And personnel number 8. So, Board of Education number 5 to be removed. Personnel number 2, letter C. And personnel number 8. Got it?
Mr. President,
Yes, sir.
to the superintendent, one of the two personnel resolutions, I believe 5 and 6, which one will you be bringing back tonight, or will you be bringing it back tonight? Regarding the appointment of assistant principal. Got it, thank you.
5 and keep 6. So personnel 2, 5, and 8. 2C, sorry. Correct. So motion on the floor to block vote. The voting items. We have the first and second. Any questions? All those in favor, opposed, abstaining, 7-0-0. Motion for the actual vote.
Walker?
Walker, Morris. Questions? Those in favor, opposed, abstaining, 7-0-0. So prior to,
Mr. President,
yes, sir.
you now have to entertain the resolution that were pulled.
Say it again?
You pulled personnel resolution number 2, letter C,
Yes.
for a separate vote.
No, not for discussion later.
Got it.
Discussion later. Before we move to the hearing, receiving the delegates, there was a lot of commotion between this week and last week in terms of our dear Kappa Leaguers. So there's a statement prepared. I want to begin by acknowledging the importance of ensuring that all programs and clubs operated within our district align with the policies, mission, and values, as well as serve the best interests of our students. The Kappa League Club has been a source of mentorship, leadership, development, and empowerment for our young students, our young men in our community. Its core mission is to build character, foster academic excellence, and have made positive impact on our students. However, we have now been made aware of various serious concerns regarding its operations, which may expose the district and its students to significant risks and potential harm. Let me be very clear. This is absolutely not about personal interest, being a member of Kappa Alpha Psi, or an individual agenda. As an elected official of the school board, we have the duty to protect the students and the district. This district has the responsibility to ensure that all activities operate transparently, responsibly, and in compliance with the district guidelines. There are aspects of this situation that may not be fully understood by the broader community, and we definitely get it. But it will be made aware once the findings are released. I would like to propose that we attempt to work collaboratively with all stakeholders, discuss necessary changes that the Kappa Leaguers will need to make so that the district is safeguarded from liability while preserving a mentorship program that has been beneficial to our young men within our district. And I will be reaching out to have had conversations with President Jason Richburg, and also reaching out to Kevin Bolster Hill to where we can iron out the specifics so that ensure that the Kappa Leaguers are properly running within our district and everyone is safe and liable. And thank you for your time and consideration. So just making sure that this was read to you, that we understand that we're on the same page, because of last week there was some information that was disseminated that raised major concerns for us as a district. We are not intending to hinder the program. We know the benefits of the program. But we, as an elected official, we have to ensure that our children are safe, school officials are safe, the community is safe, and so hence the conversation that took place as of last week. There's been continuous conversation since last week, but we want to make sure that everything's aligned, everything's proper, and our students are protected. There's no doubt in my mind that the great benefits of Kappa Alpha Psi. I'm a member of it, and I believe it's the greatest fraternity in the world. But every member must be held accountable and liable, that we ensure that our students are protected. So as a member, as a board president, as an elected official, as a father, as a black male, and as a graduate of Wyandanch, I'm going to ensure that that program is properly ran and our students are protected. Thank you. So we'll open it up for hearing and receiving the delegates.
Just to confirm, did you want to skip the presentations as well?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So we're going to suspend the presentation until we have the hearing and receiving the delegates.
Thank you. Okay, so we have several people who have signed up to speak. So just as a note, I'll call each person. You'll have 3 minutes. You'll go up to this podium straight across from me. Just make sure that that mic is on. And I'll have a timer. So once that goes off, then we'll have to move on to the next person. All right. So the first person on my list is Lori Farber.
Hi, Larry Farber. I live here in Wyandanch. I wanted to just report back to you that on January 1st, I went and had a conversation with Carlos Diaz, our recent valedictorian, who most of you know. He's very happy at MIT. He is very happy with his choice. He told me he arrived there feeling like he was the only student who came in that didn't come from a special magnet school or didn't come in with a whole host of AP credits. But he worked harder, and he's doing well. And he's only a freshman. He just started there, but they've already asked him to help teach chemistry, which is amazing because first semester students just don't get asked to help teach. So he's an amazing young man. He's doing very well, and he's very happy. But I think had we had other programs here for him when he was younger, I think that would have benefited him, given him a little more confidence. So I'm glad to hear about the Gifted and Talented program, because he was a young man who would have been able to benefit from something like that, and he would have very much enjoyed it. I know I took him out to sit in on part of a class at Stony Brook back when he was about 9 or 10. And he loved it. Couldn't believe college classes were like that. Couldn't wait to start college. He was very excited about it. So I just wanted to give you that report back from Carlos, since he couldn't be here because he actually went back to MIT for a winter break course.
Thank you. Next on the list is Jerlyn Braswell.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Geraldine Braswell, and I'm a longtime member of the Wyandanch community, and I have children in the Wyandanch High School. I just want to say it's truly an honor to stand before you tonight as we reflect on the incredible work and profound impact of our Kappa organization, and more importantly, the remarkable leadership of Principal Sybil. This evening is a celebration of purpose, unity, and the transformative power of mentorship in shaping lives. The Kappa organization is more than just a group. It's a beacon of hope and a foundation for change for the young men who are a part of it. It represents an opportunity a chance to rise, to be seen, and to become. At the heart of the transformation is Principal Sibbs. He is not just a leader, but a father figure, a mentor, and a true inspiration to these young men. In a world where too many lack the guidance and support they need to strive, Principal Sibbs has stepped in, offering more than advice. He has offered himself, his time, his heart, his wisdom. He has challenged these young men to see through a different lens, to envision possibility beyond their circumstances, to embrace hope, ambition, and unity. Through my organization called Through Rose-Colored Lenses, we have been blessed to witness firsthand the extraordinary skills and talents nurtured within the Kappa organization. The camaraderie, the discipline, the sense of brotherhood among these young men are a testament to the power of being unified and in sync. They are learning not only to stand tall as individuals, to lift one another and creating a ripple effect of encouragement and support that strengthens our entire community. The impact of this organization cannot be overstated. It addressed a critical need, mentoring our young men and guiding them towards brighter, fulfilled futures. The lessons are learning and the bonds they are forming will echo throughout their lives, shaping not only who they are today, but leaders they will become tomorrow. As I close, I want to express my deepest gratitude to Principal Sibbs, the Kappa organization, and everyone who poured their energy, dedication into this mission. They are more than leaders. They are change makers. Your commitment is a gift to our young men, their families, and our community as a whole. Let us continue. Time? Okay. Let us continue to rally around the Kappa organization to support their efforts to amplify their impact. Together, we can continue to lift each other up, build a legacy of unity, strength, and hope for generations to come. Thank you, and may we all remain inspired and move forward together. Thank you.
Next is,
Just before she do, just again, to reiterate, the program itself is not the question, it's the process of the program. So I just had a conversation with Brother Kevin Boston Hill, had a conversation with President Polmark, Jason Richburg earlier this morning. So we're going to iron out the process. The Kappa League is not in jeopardy, it's just the process that's in question. So it's a phenomenal program. I stand 10 toes on it, but sitting as an elected official, we up here must ensure that the process is done correctly. So there will be a conversation moving forward with Paul Mark, Jason Richburg, myself, Kevin Boston Hill, who's the advisor of the program, to ensure that the Kappa League is not in jeopardy. But we just got to make sure the process is done correctly, that the school district is protected, the children are protected, and we're not held in a liability. Thank you.
Okay, next is Elijah Stanford.
Good evening, all. I wanted to come up here and show my support for the Kappa League as a young man of the Wyandanch community. I know Mr. Crawford talked about we wanted to speak on about the initiation process, but I just wanted to come here and show my what I can see as what the Kappa League does for our young men in the community. To further touch up on, I'm sorry, who's your name? Ms. Braswell. To further touch upon what Ms. Braswell was saying, I do agree. As a young man in the community and in the school, I can see that the Kappa League program does wonders for our young men in the community and the school. Keeping them together and building, having the kids come as one instead of conflicting with each other all the time, and really coming to support each other and growing as individuals. The program teaches them, give them many opportunities, to go to colleges and see what these young men want to do with their future instead of, wandering aimlessly. I know what that's like. It really does help our young men in the school, whether Mr. Sibley's does look out for them very well. I agree that he can be a father figure to some of these students, whether it's helping them out with transportation to school or helping them get into extra curriculum programs so they can, further better their grades, I just wanted to come up here and show my support for the Kappa League community. Thank you, that is all.
Eli, I want to thank you, and I want to say this, not to embarrass you, but I want to say this publicly, and this is why we support the Kappa League program, because maybe a year ago or 6 months ago, Eli would have never came up there. So it's a testament to the program. But the program itself, again, is not in jeopardy, and all of you standing there, we're proud of you. We're extremely proud of you. You have, for the past 10 years, did us proud. So we're extremely proud of you. We love you, and we'll continue to support you. But on the adult end, we got to make sure we got our things together. So that's all it is. It's on the adult end, things are not together. We got to work on it, get it right, and get y'all back to shimmying again. All right?
All right, next on the list is Tristan Simmons.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm not only talking for myself, I'm talking for the president of Kappa League, Anthony Moore. I want to say that he's currently sick, excuse him, but he is an honor student and a senior in high school. As some of you may know, we have traveled to Ghana for the past couple of years, and he was a part of that. He was a part of something great. He still is, and we want that to continue. Without this program and the guidance it offers, I wouldn't be standing here today to speak through this message. It would be a shame to have Kappa League taken away. It would impact the community and Wyandanch Memorial High School in many ways. I believe and I urge to support and invest in initiatives like these because they don't just change lives, they create leaders. That was words of Anthony Moore. Now I'd like to talk myself. My name is Tristan Simmons. I haven't joined Kappa League more than 2 months now. I just joined. And I'd like to say that within those 2 months, it has changed my life drastically. It shaped me to be a leader, to talk in front of people, to focus on my future, and focus on the purpose, not on the journey. There's 5 principles of Kappa League. Achievement, graduate on time, respect women at all times, nonviolence, and brotherhood. we have learned all of that. All through the process of joining, it teaches you those 5 principles and shapes you into a great man. And I think that we should be supported, not taken down on. And I also think that you guys should support it as well. Thank you.
Next is Devin Braswell.
Good evening, everybody. How y'all doing? All right. My name is Devin Braswell. I'm a senior, I'm an honor student, and a proud member of the Kappa League mentoring program. Life hasn't been easy. I lost both of my biological parents and my adoptive father, too. And at one point, I felt lost and I considered ending it all. But Mr. Sims and his program became my lifeline. He became the father figure I needed, sitting with me for hours, and I mean hours, just sitting to me, just listening to me, helping me with the process of my emotions and rebuilding my mental strength. Thanks to this program, I experienced life-changing opportunities like visiting HBCU colleges, traveling to Ghana, having that jollof rice because it's really good, which opened my eyes to potential and purpose. I wouldn't be here where I am today without the Kappa League and Mr. Sims. I'm here to urge you to continue supporting this program like this. They don't mentor young men like me, they save lives. And can we stop to give Mr. Sims his roses now?
Next is William Morgan.
Hello, my name is William Morgan. I'm the Vice President of the Kappa League. I would just like to say on behalf of the process, you said that it's not in jeopardy of the Kappa League, the actual mentoring, but it's more or less the process. I would like to say that we stand by 5 principles. We learn those 5 principles, achievement, and we achieve by just genuinely having study sessions. Me and Zach, he the main reason why I just passed my U.S. history, yeah, and being able to go through many tremendous things with these young men because genuinely, Devin just came up here and he just told y'all that he lost both of his biological father and parents. That is crazy. As a young man, and I lost my father, that's the only one I lost, I don't know what I would do if my mom passed. Being in his shoes as a young man that has lost his biological mom and his father, that is crazy. He just came up here, laughed, and told you that this is an amazing program. He's been to Ghana, it's changed his life. He's genuinely happy. And he lost his parents at such a young age. That is genuinely crazy. We hold doors for ladies. We grab their bag. The teachers, they come to Civ, they talking about why don't they do this every day? We carrying the bags for the teachers. We helping them, We carry bags for the young ladies in our community to show them that they deserve a man and not somebody that is just somebody to be there. They deserve to be treated as such as a woman that they should be treated as. And I would just like to further on to provide, I'm sitting here with these young men. I have a brotherhood. Some of these men, he lost his mom and his father. He has no, surrounding, family. So him joining the Kappa League has gave him, a foundation of networks of meeting these amazing mentors, all these mentors. There's a mentor, these two young men, have mentored me since 4th grade, I would like to say, and now I'm just greatly appreciated to be mentored by these men because if it wasn't for them, like Marcus, like, I wouldn't be in the position that I am. I wouldn't be able to stand up here and talk to you guys if I wasn't in the Kappa League. You genuinely have to get taught this by men that have been in experience of, like, things that we don't know. They're preparing us for our future lives. Them talking to me, talking about you gotta get your SAT, you gotta get your 8. You know, you gotta do that, because in order to do it, like, to go to college, in order to go to college and succeed, you need to do certain things in your life to prepare you for college, such as investing in scholarships, looking away for scholarships. I wouldn't know nothing about a scholarship if it wasn't for these
Mr.
men.
Morgan, I'm sorry to cut you off, but your time has been met.
It's okay.
All right, we appreciate your statement. All
Mr.
right.
President,
Yes, sir. Is that all?
No.
could you please, in giving the advice of counsel, clarify so that everyone in the room could understand when you say process? Because some may think that it's an intake process with the group, and others may not know what process exactly is.
I would leave.
Good evening, and first, before I answer that question, I think I speak for everyone here when we say how incredibly impressed we are by all of the young men that have come to the microphone. You are amazing. I see many members of Kappa Alpha Psi in the room, and just from the statements from these young men, thank you. Thank you for taking the time to do what you do to shape and mold these young lives and these young minds. Thank you for all that you do. While there are still many things that need to be uncovered, it is important for us to clarify that the process we're talking about has nothing to do with the initiation or day-to-day runnings of Kappa League. We're talking about the financial process, the bookkeeping, the way that certain monies are taken in and distributed that need to be done in a way that's proper and in accordance with proper accounting procedures. So that's the process we're talking about. Nothing at all having to do with these wonderful students and the young men in front of us, nothing to do with the supervision or daily runnings of the organization. We're talking about the bookkeeping. That's what we're mentioning when we say process. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Next on the list is Savoy Chippy.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Good evening. I'm Savoy. I work at the elementary school right here. I'm a counselor. I graduated from the high school 2 years ago, and I am in the Kappa League along with my other brothers as well. And about the funding with Kappa League, with the process and such, as we were told before, with the funding, if Sims won't be able to get it from this school, he'll find a way to get it done. All right, that's just a main thing that I witnessed myself as of being in Kappa League all the years that I have been, which I joined in about, what, four years ago or such. So I have a little more experience than most everyone in Kappa League at the moment. And that the time that I was in there, or before I was in there, I wasn't too fond of it. I didn't understand it. So when Sib showed me how Kappa League was running and how he was providing everyone the things that they were getting now, I didn't understand. I didn't know, like, oh, how is the school providing this? Because the community itself is having so many fights, and every time there's a fight outside, that's money being put down as well. So I was always thinking, like, okay, this school can't really provide, so I'm thinking, like, all right, how is this happening? But then again, Kappa League and Mr. Sims himself is also providing for the school by helping the community, and not just community, but different parts of the world as well. And that's why I feel like this shouldn't even be, like, a kind of thing that we should go through in the first place, but something that we should, like, move past to the point where, it should be done, if you understand. But yeah, that's all. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Next is Malik Solomon. Oh. Okay. Next is Daphne Baptiste.
Hi, everyone. I have a lot of questions. So the first question is, you talked about the processing and finances, right? It leads me to ask, do you guys fund the program? Anybody in here that's sitting down? Does the high school fund the program? Does the board fund the program? No? Okay. Where does the funding come from?
So that's one of the issues that we're looking into, and that's the cause, the chain of events that led us here today. So that's something we're currently looking into, and we're definitely going to get back to the community once we figure that portion of it out.
But you don't fund the program.
No.
The high school don't fund the program. So why y'all talking about it? And no, because this is personal. Because my son is a part of the program. So this is personal. Where is the funding coming from?
This question can easily be answered. Easily. The board stance or the board's involvement as pertains to the funding, any donations that are given to the district, the Board of Education has to accept receipt of such funding. And then from there, the Board of Education, through the administration, will provide the fiscal oversight of such through auditing and so forth.
Okay, but the donation that is made is for the Kappa League, right? Not for the school.
That's if the donor chooses to earmark it.
No, we're not gonna do that.
Let's
be direct. Is the donations that we're speaking of for tonight, the money that we're speaking about tonight, have to do with the donations that are made to the Kappa League? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Can we answer that?
I don't understand.
We got time tonight, because like I said, this is personal.
Hold on 1 second, ma'am. But let me be clear, because this is my 5th year on this board. And when we talk about legally what we can and not answer, I'm going to argue with y'all on that. Because if we publicly accept donations and there is public law regarding how you oversee finances, then you can give a public answer on the process. So I'm going to argue the advice, but that's up to y'all. But at the end of the day, from a public standpoint, if we accept the donations and we can talk about the public process on auditing and so forth, then the answer can be given publicly. Because if not, we're going to let her go on Google.
So
I just don't get it.
Thank you. So do we know who has control of the money? Who has control of the money? Because I would think before we come here and try to talk about the Kappa League and the process, that everyone has done their own investigation, right? Before we sit here and make a fool out of Wyandanch again. So, who has control of the money? The people want to know.
So for this portion, I'm gonna have Mr. Wilson explain it.
Very good questions. And I'll try to take it in 3 quick parts. The source of the money for Kappa League or any club has to be donations or their own club's fundraising.
Who is in control of that?
By regulations of the commissioner and New York State law, all funds that come into the school district are under the control of the Board of Education.
Okay. It's underneath the Board of Education, all the money that's donated to the Kappa League. So that means that the Board of Education of Wyandanch gets to decide money that these young kings raise for the program is in control by you all. And the program has nothing to do with the Board of Education of Wyandanch.
When I say control, I'm using in terms of responsibility as to how the money is spent. Because the third part, or the third answer to your question is, once money comes into the school district, it has to be spent in accordance with rules, regulations, and law.
Okay. What rules?
Part 1, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So, money comes in. Once it comes in, it has to be accounted for properly according to the New York State rules. When I say New York State rules, I mean general municipal law, local finance law, and commissioner's regulations. Every year, there's an audit conducted.
Are the checks saying Kappa League on them?
No.
Okay, does it say for Kappa League? It depends on the donor, right? Okay.
And all of this is, let me be clear one second. All of this is forwardable, because we have accepted donations, and all people have to do is write a forward request to see a copy of those checks. So that's why I have my side terms. I don't understand why we just can't answer questions. With limitations, I understand that, but this is a general question that can be answered.
Okay. Who approves when you get the donation, right? Who signs off on the check to the Kappa Leagues?
The records show that it's been the principal of the high school and a treasurer appointed within the high school that signs off on the checks.
Okay. And
then it's presented to the board. It's presented to administration, and the board receives an image of the check to acknowledge receipt of such donation. And if the board denies it, as we did with Mr. Albany's down the street when he wanted to pay his hush money, you send the check back. But that's it.
wait, what does that got to do with what we just asked? Nothing? Okay. So you guys signed off, right? It goes through the process, right? There's a process for them to spend the money, right? So tonight, I guess that leads me to ask, what are we talking about the money's not being spent the way it should have for the Kappa Leagues? What are we talking about?
There are questions. I mean, no one is saying There are questions. There's an audit that's ongoing now that has not been completed by an outside independent auditing firm. No one in this room is conducting an audit. It's being conducted on our behalf by auditors from an outside firm, as I said. But I think one of the important things we need to take away is that once monies are donated to the school, whether it's to a club or to the school district at large, certain rules come into play. If it's public money, basically. We cannot spend public money in the same manner that we spend our own personal money, for example. There are certain things that money cannot be spent on, whether it's through a club or whether it's through the regular budget. At this point, all that has taken place, as is required by law, is an annual review of expenditures. That's all that's taking place right now. When they say, as the board president said, when they talk about process, that's what they're talking about. Making sure that monies were received appropriately, that they were spent appropriately. That's it. That's where we are right now.
Okay, so making sure that the money was received properly and also making sure that the funds were spent properly, right? How were the funds spent incorrectly? Can we answer that? Or
Again, no determination has been made on that.
Okay.
What we're in the process of now is making. Go ahead.
before, I know I went over 5 minutes. I'll say this. If I had $1 million, I would give it to Mr. Sims. And that's not even enough for the work that he does. That man works 24/7, 7 days a week. I don't know when you sleep. He deserves every dollar that was donated to the Kappa League. Because I don't see not one person in here doing what he's doing. Who's going to replace him? If y'all looking to tarnish him, who's going to replace him? What's the backup for the children? So if we're going to talk about process, right, come together collectively. And let's figure out a way to keep these young kids off the street. That's the process. No shade. I'm done.
I'm going to reiterate again. Once again, the program itself is not in jeopardy. And those that have paid attention to Wyandanch for the past 4 or 5 years, we have a state fiscal monitor to where we have to pay attention to how our money come in and how our money go out. On top of the fiscal monitor, we also have BOCEs, who also monitors how our money come in and our money come out. Unlike a lot of agencies, we are regulated by certain regulations from the state, and we have to go by state guidelines. Am I correct, Mr. Chase? So I would give the floor to Mr. Chase to explain that the guidelines that we have to abide by the state standards that we have to abide by. So I turn to Mr. Chase to explain that guidelines that we have to ensure that's in place in order to receive money and disseminate money.
What I will say is that any extra classroom activity, meaning things that are run, activities and clubs that are run after school, are subject to certain rules and regulations of the state. And those have to be abided by, because the state actually takes, I think, in my opinion anyway, more seriously the private funds, meaning monies that students have raised for one reason or another. They take that almost more important or more seriously, I should say, than public funds. And I'm not saying they don't take public funds seriously, they certainly do. But they want to safeguard that students, whatever the activity is, not just Kappa, it could be another activity where, you know, kids are raising money for the Red Cross, you know, for the wildfires, for example. They take that very seriously. So there are a whole slew of regulations that apply. I think the bottom line is that we want to make sure, the district wants to make sure, that those regulations are abided by. That's really the end of the story. That things are done properly, that monies that come in are accounted for properly, and when monies are spent, that's done properly, it's documented, that the students are involved in the decisions that are made about how those monies are spent, because essentially it's student money. So, you know, that's as much as I can say about that.
So again, I wear dual hats as a board member, once a board member in the fraternity, and also sitting as a board member of the school district. The operation of funds are different. So as I said earlier in the opening statement, that I will sit down with the president, Mr. Rich Berg, also Mr. Kevin Boston Hill, to make sure that our goals align in terms of our financing, that we align. The program itself is not in jeopardy. We want to ensure that we are honoring the regulations that are handed down from the state. Are all minds clear? No. So in a second, we'll finish the business, and then I'll sit here as long as I can to answer as much questions that I legally can, to where we all understand. Okay, but once the meeting is over, I'll sit here as long as I can to try to have everyone understand, to where we do not put the district in jeopardy and have the board held liable individually for money that comes in or money that goes out. So I will sit here, I will have a discussion with you as well, to where we all on the same page. We're not here to try to stop a program that especially as a black male and especially as a member of Kappa Alpha Psi fraternity, trying to put the children out in the cold. That's what I said. I read the statement. It was in the statement. All right. So, but again, it's no. It was no accusation at all. I'm with you. I'm listening. I'm listening to you now. So I will sit here as long as I can and say as much as I can, so we're all on the same page. Is that clear? Yeah? Okay.
Okay. Next on the list is Wanda Myers.
Acknowledging the board president on this evening, to all of the board trustees, to our district administrators that are assembled here, and to the community, good evening. To those of you who do not know me, my name is Wanda Myers. I am a retired employee as of December 2023 of the Wyandanch Union Free School District. However, I still work as a substitute clerical, and I work with the Wyandanch Memorial High School PTSA, and I serve as their treasurer. I'm standing here tonight because I was a little saddened about what I heard, that we were shutting down the Kappa Leaguers, but I hear that that is not the concern on this evening. As I heard Mr. Chase and Brother Morris speak about it's a financial issue with paperwork and all of those things. I'm glad to hear that, because for the last 2 school years, I was appointed to be as the treasurer for the account that Mr. Chase spoke of. It's called the extracurricular classroom account. It is not public funds. It is not taxpayers' money, but all of the clubs And it's more than just the Kappa Leaguers. We have JROCT, the National Honor Society, all of the clubs and the classes, like Class of 25 is working on their graduation stuff. All of these classes and clubs fall under that account, where the children do, the young people do their fundraising, they receive donations, scholarships are made out of that account. And yes, all of the donations that come in to that particular account, the process was, and this is why I'm standing here tonight, because for the last 2 school years, I've been trying to get clarity on what should be done, how it should be done. Okay, I got something about paperwork. I was handed a state document on the auditing procedures and the setup, but then as I'm looking at this book, I'm asking, what are, out of all these procedures and processes, what is pertinent for the Wyandanch Union Free School District? What should I be following? That question has not been answered. I sent a letter to the board when I first took over, asking what the board expects from this account. I got no response. Every board member got a letter, and I know some of you were not on the board then. And so I've been questioning things. I worked with the former business manager. I worked with the accountant and also the district treasurer at that time. I got mixed directives, and so all I could do was the best that I can do. And then they were all gone. There was no business manager, there was no district treasurer, there was no accountant, nobody else that could clarify these things for me. So we did the best that we could. I also realized that there were some things we were doing that I was told was okay, like having the high school principal sign off on the checks. I knew that was a no-no. But the district allowed it and permitted it so that the work and the business of all the clubs could go on. And so then I was told by a former district treasurer that there are 20 signatories on that one account. So why could we not have appointed a second signatory on that account? And so I got to put the onus and the responsibility on the board for the correct direction and guidance. So I'm glad to hear that we will be sitting down to set things in order, set the record straight so that we can all do the right thing and do right by these young people. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Next is John Fields.
Hello everyone, my name is John Fields and I'm just here to talk about the Kappa League. And I'd like to say from my personal experience from joining in last year that I know that y'all not taking away, but I still want to say that Kappa League had done a lot for me last year. I was going through tough times, tougher than I ever been through in my life. I wasn't home no more, was away from my family, had to sleep every day, not knowing what's up with my little siblings. You know, I kind of went down to despair, kind of didn't want to go to school anymore, kind of lost all that energy. When I joined Kappa League, I got a brotherhood now, I got a family to look out for me, and I got a lot of mentors to help me get through life. I got mentors help me, gave me some networks. I got to see where I want to be in life, and also thought of clear career choices, and learn about how to manage money and manage everything that I need to do when I graduate from this high school. I came here just to say all that. Have a blessed day.
Next is Alec Prince. Okay. Next is Zach Abdullah.
Hello, my name is Zachariah Abdullah, and I am Sergeant in Arms of Kappa League, and I am a senior at Wyandanch Memorial High School. I have been in Kappa League for 3 years, and I have learned a lot during my time in this program. I'd like to announce that Kappa League has been in Wyandanch High School for 8 years, and has been paid by the public and the community for all those years without any problems until now. I'd like to ask, why is it that we're having a financial problem with our program right now during this day and time? Oh, thank you. And also, I like to state, sorry, I wrote down something, a little something. This mentorship program has helped me and my brothers develop as young men in this community, and if we could have went down a wrong path without the help of Mr. Paul Sibley's. He has been our role model through this program and has structured our guidance significantly and impact our future that we hold in our own hands. Through the help of our community, I'm so sorry. Through the help of our community and critical thinking, Kappa League fosters personal growth and civic responsibility through its focus on scholarship, service, and leadership. By connecting students with mentors who encourage discipline, critical thinking, community engagement, and program equips us, brothers in arms, with challenges to achieve our goals. Furthermore, it enhances the school's environment by promoting positive peer relationships and encouraging students to take pride in their school, community. Kappa Leaguers empower students to become leaders who can inspire and uplift those around them, making it a transformative force for both individual students and broader school culture. And I'd like to announce that me and myself, I am from a line of generation of Kappa Leaguers in my family. And if my brothers were here today in this meeting, they'll say the same thing, but more in my stead about how Paul Sibley's helped during the past of my father that happened 2 years ago, that helped us during those times and what he did for our sakes. I wouldn't be here right now in this meeting with my brothers or with all these people encouraging for Kappa League to continue right now if it wasn't for him. And I'd like to thank him and bless him for that. Take my blessings to heart, never take them for granted.
Next is Josiah Spence.
Hello, my name is Josiah Matthew Spence. I am a former member of Kappa League, and I just wanted to say, why now? You know, like, these guys just joined. This kid just joined, you know? So it's like, it's very emotional, man, because, you know, he did a lot for me. Paul Sibley did a lot for me. I went through a lot of stuff throughout my life. I was failing classes before, and I had people tell me to lock in and lock in and lock in, and I made sure I locked in. Without these brothers, I wouldn't be here. So I'm just saying, please let us stay. And God bless all y'all.
Mr. President, with respect to Board of Education policy and what's on the agenda, I would entertain a motion that we would extend the time period for public speaking, as in accordance with the resolution, it was 45 minutes.
Motion to extend the public speaking. Walker. Brown. Questions? Those in favor, those opposed, those abstaining, the time has been extended.
Thank you. Next on the list is Shatisha Hayward.
Before I speak, I want to say to Mr. Sibbs, yo, baby, yo. Okay, so I stand here today because my son, Marcus Haywood, who will be finishing his bachelor's on May 14th, 2025, was a part of the Kappa League. Now, anybody that know my son Marcus, very shy kid, very reserved, didn't do too much, never got in trouble. That boy went to college, can't get him to stop talking. He called me all the time saying he's my best looking child, and he's just the Kappa man. I also stand here proud to say that my son, Marcus Haywood, is the first official Kappa to come out of the Kappa Leagues. My son came to Wyandanch Memorial High School, joined the Kappa, and now he is the ace of Livingstone College. So I need to brag about that. Now, when I walked in, I heard a lot of things about funding. I heard a lot of different things, and I need to elaborate on that in my perspective. We talk about funding. This is free. In Wyandanch, the slogan here is, we love our scholars. We're about our scholars. Are these not our scholars? These are our scholars. We talked about funding, and this is no shade, but I wouldn't be here if I didn't keep it real. Since I've been here for the last 8 years, I've seen people that should have stayed go, and people that need to go stay. I've also seen them. Okay, I've also seen people return. I also seen people return that should have not even been in the district because they are a risk to our scholars. I just have to keep that real. So the way Wyandanch will look to new people coming in the community, and they're hearing, because we hear, and either you take heed to it, or you can say, you know what, I don't know that to be true, it's hearsay, but everything that is said about Wyandanch, I'm sorry, but it is true. Crawford, you're a Kappa. These young men want to be Kappas. They want to stay Kappas. Why are we going to take that away from them? My last thing is, instead of them sagging their pants, instead of them walking up in here with fitteds and do-rags, their pants are on their waist, their belts are tucked tight, and they look sharp. And they're also speaking with common sense. Now, one time did I hear somebody say, you know what I mean? And is not something that we should use when we use our vocabulary, especially on the interview. Y'all remember that. We don't use So, please don't take this away from them. It's free, it's been here a long time. We have more children that's coming up into the community. We have drug dealers recruiting our kids. So we have Mr. Sibbs recruiting for a good cause. Why are we gonna take that away? That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next is Crystal Hill.
I had a whole new speech before I found out that the Kappas wasn't going nowhere. So I figured I'd change it. Mr. Sibbs, Bobby, you're doing a great job. Keep doing what you're doing. And I'm there firsthand in the high school, watching everything go down. I'm so happy. I'm still going to have these young men around to carry my bags. Thank you so much. But on another note, I wanted to ask President, and greetings to all. We had a little incident on Saturday at the other schools. And it could have got real ugly. The varsity coach was more or less almost in my face. And all I'm asking you is, can you please send security with us next time we go? The more these kids are winning, the more they're hating on us. Okay? I wrote it up, sent it to Section 11 and Fund and Foremost. And they're supposed to be taking care of it or whatever. Mr. Davis got the report also. Okay? And by the way, I couldn't get up here without saying, we as a Board of Education have to do a little better with respecting one another, okay? My mother always told me in order to get respect, you gotta give respect. And what happened last time was uncalled for and it was hurtful. Ms. Baker is my son's grandmother, I am so proud to say, And that should have never happened. We have to do better as a community. If we're here voting you guys in on the board, then you should got to have some kind of respect for us, okay? Thank you.
Dr. Aristine, in terms of the security going with our teams, what's the process? She was asking how security going with the bus to our Wyandanch, because there was an incident where.
We don't have any problem with that. We've done this before.
Okay. So Ms. Hill is done. It's done. Security should be with you at the next game.
Thank you. Next is Sharon Baker.
Good evening, members of the board, superintendent, and community members. My name is Sharon Baker, and I am here tonight as the proud daughter of Shirley Baker, who has sat on this board at least 8 consecutive years. I stand before you not just as her child, but as a voice for fairness, respect, and the unity this board and our community so desperately needs. I must address the unacceptable behavior exhibited by Gerard Morris. Over time, Mr. Morris has repeatedly shown a pattern of harassment and blatant disrespect toward women on this board and women in general. His decorum as a board member falls far below the ethical standards we should expect from an elected official entrusted to serve our children and community. To publicly call my mother, Shirley Baker, a thief is not only untrue, but a vile and reprehensible accusation against a woman who has served this district with unwavering dedication for many years. My mother has been a tireless advocate for children and families in this community, sacrificing time and energy for their well-being. Gerard, your baseless claims do not just tarnish her name, they undermine the integrity of this board and the trust of taxpayers who put you here. Even more appalling is your decision to involve law enforcement against my mother, a senior citizen, 79 years old, falsely implying she posed a physical threat to you. The idea that an elderly woman like my mother could cause harm is not only absurd, but reflects a disturbing lack of respect and a clear abuse of power. Gerard, your pattern of slanderous and fraudulent accusations against others who have served this district with dedication cannot and will not be tolerated. Your behavior does not align with the principles of professionalism, respect, and collaboration that are required for your role. Mr. Crawford, as board president, I am deeply disappointed that this kind of behavior has been allowed to continue. The community expects you to set a tone of decorum and accountability on this board. Turning a blind eye to such divisive, and destructive actions only harms the progress this district needs. Regarding the recent vote to suspend Kappa League, my mother's decision to abstain from voting is her right as a board member. Each of you has exercised your rights on certain votes without being subjected to public ridicule or personal attacks. Why is she being treated differently? Why must she endure being belittled, called out of her name, and subjected to slander against those she holds dear, including her former and present pastors? Gerard, you claim to be a minister, but your actions do not reflect the character of someone called to such a position.
Excuse me, Ms. Baker, I'm sorry, but that is 3 minutes.
Did they not extend?
Didn't
they agree to extend? Respect, integrity, and accountability are core to that calling, and they are sadly lacking in your conduct on this board. As taxpayers and community members, we deserve and demand a board that can work harmoniously for the greater good, setting aside personal biases and differences. Tonight, I join my mother, our family, and this community in calling for unity on this board. Let this be a moment where the focus shifts back to what matters most, our children, our schools, and our future. Gerard, your actions have not gone unnoticed, and they cannot continue. To the newly elected president of this board, we call on you to stand tall for what is right, set a higher standard, and bring an end to the foolery that distracts from the work that needs to be done. My mother's record of service, love for this district, and her unwavering commitment speaks louder than any unfounded accusation ever could. We are here tonight to say that this kind of behavior will not be tolerated. It is time for accountability, respect, and the restoration of unity. Thank you.
Respect women at all times. Respect women at all times.
I was just about to ask the Kappa Leaguers, what is your third principle?
Respect women at all times.
Before anything more is said, we would like to give our deepest thanks to Ms. Baker for her support towards the Kappa League.
Thank you. Next is Halise Palmore.
Good evening. I would like to start off by acknowledging our Board of Education, our central administrative staff, the district staff who are here, students, and all stakeholders of the Wyandanch learning community. I'm going to change the theme a little bit, and I'm not really speaking on the issues revolving around the Kappa League. They are fabulous. Thank you for stepping up. I was like, am I going to get the backing when I come up here? Sharp. Okay, the only thing that I will say on this particular situation is if the fiscal monitor and BOCEs were doing their job, we wouldn't be in this crisis of confusion. But that's a conversation for a different time. I'm not here to talk about that. Once again, I'm Halise Palmore. I'm a 24-year resident of the Wyandanch community and a 28-year educator. In the past, I've had a tendency to come to the microphone when I was dissatisfied with what was happening in our district. I have no problem expressing myself and calling out actions and behaviors that I feel do not contribute to the well-being of our scholars. I am also a firm believer that as loud and intentional as someone is when things are not correct, they should be just as loud and intentional providing praise and accolades when warranted. About 3 weeks ago, over the holiday break, a situation occurred with a young lady who I consider family and who found herself in an unforeseen situation with her child. Without hesitation, I took her in, but we were torn between where to place him. In full transparency, we went to the charter schools first, and we were scheduled to have him placed there. I called Dr. Christine Jordan to inquire about paperwork for the student, and during our conversation, she informed me of the program offerings available through the district, particularly at the LaFrancis Hardeman Elementary School. Dr. Jordan was helpful, she was professional, pleasant, and swift in her responses and support. The decision was made to place our young scholar at LFH, and I must say I have been absolutely blown away by the level of support provided. From Mr. Tu, the assistant principal at LaFrancis Hardeman, welcoming us on the first day, to Mr. Rob Bryant, the security guard at the front door, as well as the guard who sits in the parking lot daily, greeting the family, smiling and waving when I drop our scholar off, Mr. Rich. From the clerical staff in the front office, Ms. Kionis from Scope, Ms. Ashley Cuevas from New York Edge, our scholar's classroom teacher who he absolutely loves, Ms. Batista, and the entire LFH staff, we want to publicly say thank you. You made what could have been a very stressful and difficult process seamless and positive, and for that, I say thank you for your exceptional work. I hope and pray that this is the manner in which all parents and guardians and scholars are received. It is a reminder that we never know what our children and their families are going through. So kindness and going the extra mile absolutely counts. Again, from the bottom of our hearts, we thank you for all that you have done and you will continue to do to support our community and our scholars. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Marcus Duffin.
So, good evening, everyone. Good evening, board. Thank you for having me today. I am not a resident of Wyandanch. However, I feel like this community has adopted me. But what I will say is I'm coming to this board as a New York State mentor. As the young man behind me just mentioned, his name is William Morgan. And myself, Andrew Adedaji, Daniel Lloyd, we poured our heart into this young man, and we gave him to SIBS. I think we need to pull back with some of the rhetoric when it comes to certain things in this community. Again, I am not from this community, but what I do say is we often do face conflict with one another. Let's teach these kids how we reconcile together. We have to teach them the other side of this conversation. I am glad that you guys will come to the table and talk to SIBS and the Kappa League in regards to this situation, because it can be solved. It can be solved. I guarantee you it can be solved. There are tougher challenges in 2025 that we have to face more than this. So the other thing is mentoring. I have a family member. He got charged 5 years for a stupid act, and he's never had a mentor in his life. So I'm talking to him through Christmas, sending him pictures of my child because he doesn't have a mentor. He's never had one. These kids came to you as young men. You know that. We all do. They could be somewhere else, man. They could be somewhere else. Now they're here. So what I will say this. I know your jobs are not easy. It's not easy being in front of a microphone and in front of the community speaking about things that are challenging. But I will say this. We all will be leaving this earth. They will be taking over. You have to teach them how to lead. You cannot keep scolding them or tearing their leaders out because he may not be perfect. We all are not perfect. Face it. Do the right thing. I know every one of you have it in your heart to do the right thing, but show them how to reconcile with one another instead of us fighting in front of News 12 all the time. Okay? With love, I'll leave you.
Thank you. Next is Jason, oh my gosh, I'm sorry. Sorry. Jason Richburg, thank you.
Good evening to the board, to Mr. President, to my brothers of Kappa Alpha Psi. Before we get started, I just want to take a note about mentorship and leadership. Brother Boston Hill, who we mentioned earlier, this is his birthday, and he is here to make sure that we keep the Kappa League program here. So I'm here in my personal capacity. I'm going to say that again. I'm here in my personal capacity as president of Nassau Suffolk Alumni Chapter of Kappa Alpha Psi.
a lot of conversation has happened about Kappa. It is not Kappa. It is Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated, and I want to make sure that that is mentioned again. Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated owns Kappa League. Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated owns Kappa League. It owns everything associated with Kappa. So, if funds were donated to the school district in the name of Kappa League, if funds were donated to the school district in the name of Kappa League, if funds were donated to the school district in the name of Kappa League, the gentlemen over there are responsible for that money. We have to report that money to our international headquarters. So I hope going forward, we have transparency with that. What I will say also is that I know most of you personally. My phone is always on. There is no reason why there's an issue with Kappa or Kappa League or a member of Kappa Alpha Psi that has to do with the chapter that we should not be reached out to. In 2023, Brother Boston Hill met with that administration. There was an MOU stated and signed for communication. Brother Boston Hill has reached back out to the district and he has not heard back. I was not informed of any resolution prior to after the last vote until Friday, till Thursday. And again, anything having to do with Kappa Alpha Psi is the responsibility of me as the pole mark of the chapter. Therefore, I have to report any and all things, not only to my board, but to the province and to international headquarters. And so if you are saying that there are fiduciary issues, that is not covered, because anytime the Kappa Leaguers go on a trip, they are covered under our insurance. And so while things might be donated to the school district and there are state qualifications that have to be done, there are also things that Kappa Alpha Psi has to do as well. And so I would ask, going forward, I know President Crawford, we are going to sit down with myself and Brother Boston Hill. We're going to have our foundation involved as well for future financial conversations. But I will ask going forward that we have those lines of communication. And as always, the men of Kappa Alpha Psi stand ready to assist, help, and mentor the communities of not just Wyandanch, but of Nassau and Suffolk counties.
Thank you. Next is...
Before that, just a couple points, and I want to make this clear. I want to make this public. First, the lines of communication goes both ways. That's one. Two, there were things that were not addressed to the school district until some findings that came up. And even being a member of it, I was not privy to Brother Boston Hill taking over as the mentor of the program. So we got to make sure that's clarified, because
So before, President Crawford, I know you have the floor, and I know you are the chair of this meeting, but I will just say that Brother Boston Hill has been the province guide right chair for the last 8 years? 12 years.
Understandable, but as I was saying, it's common courtesy that we have to work on our communication better both ways. And moving forward, we will work on our communication better for the betterment of our students. So that's all I'm leave with there, and we'll have our conversation amongst ourselves.
As always, we stand ready to have that conversation, and I'm sure the rest of our chapter will be ready as well.
Thank you. Next is Michelle Lloyd.
Hello, good evening, Board of Education, Superintendent, Assistant Superintendents, Wyandanch Community. My name is Michelle Lloyd. I am a teacher in Wyandanch Memorial High School.
and a concerned stakeholder. I have shifted my speech that I had prepared for tonight in lieu of what was presented to us here today, because I came prepared to support the Kappa Leaguers because of how I've seen them grow and develop. I have the students in my classroom, and I have seen them shift from shy, timid students to brave, bold young men with their heads held high because they are now members of Kappa League. Mentorship program, as we know, is very important to our community. We have students who are at the most at-risk subgroup of this country, which means that we must always support our students. So mentorship is important, and I'm happy to hear that you are ready to continue with the mentorship program with discussion. One, I do ask that if we're going to move forward with this, can we put a timeline on this matter so that the community is aware of the progress and when this will be resolved? Because very often I do find things are put forward for resolutions and they're left in limbo for a very long time. And the question looms, and that is when we get gossip, innuendos, and misinformation being spread within the community. So along with mentorship within the high school, we need programs, after-school programs, to assist our children. We need restorative justice programs for our students in high school because we are teaching them through mentorship that you don't go to physical violence. But we then need to teach them and train them how to resolve their problems. And we will do this through a program such as the Reset program, some restorative justice circles that are needed in the high school. These are things that we definitely need to help our students learn how to deal with the challenges that come about. Because yes, they're being mentored and being helped, but they're still human beings. So we need to equip them with additional tools through other programs to help them grow and develop. And we're asking if we can get some more in the high school, and along with tutoring programs after school for our students, so that they can then pass these regions, ace these SATs, and go on and move on and be productive individuals in our society that we're all proud of every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Cindy Paschal.
Oh, I don't get that. I don't understand, but I'm a part of the Divine Nine. Now I get it. I am a part of the Divine Nine. Oh. That means that I pledged the sorority in college, so some of it doesn't equate to everyone. I was going to say, my name is Cindy Paschal. I live in the community. I went to the Martin Luther King School, the Milton Olive School. I am so happy to be here. I support the board totally. I am thankful for their strength, and I just wanted to talk about professional development. The board asked to go to a conference and they were denied it last week. I know what that feels like. I'm the technology teacher. I requested to go to the AI conference that was in BOCES. There are not many AI teachers, people who know artificial intelligence. This was a whole breakdown of the whole process, and I was denied. I took a personal day, and I went. I want the Board of Education to be able to take conferences. I paid $13,000 in taxes. If they request a conference, please don't say no. Telling the conference doesn't mean you have to get before the group and say, this is what happened, that's what happened. Sometimes turnkey is walking up to a teacher saying, that enriches someone else. So my small thing is, please allow the board to go on conferences. There's this one that's particular in Atlanta. I went to one for NICES. It was a color conference for teachers of color. They want to go to one for the board, urban board. So I think they should go. I think you should rethink it, Al Chase, and allow our tax dollars to educate our board. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Vanessa Baird-Streeter.
Hello and good evening, everyone. Good evening to the board. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be able to present to you and speak to you. Administration, thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak. Public, thank you. And Kappa Leaguers, we honor you today. And so I stand here. I will not take up my 3 minutes. I thank you, President Crawford, for your opening statement that you're willing to work with the Kappa Leaguers and with Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated. I appreciate that. But sometimes things are too late. We had, and I was able to watch the board meeting previously, and talking about suspending the Kappa Leaguers is a traumatic experience for these boys and men that are standing behind me. We didn't even have to get to that point. The dialogue should have happened prior to, so that these boys don't think, and men, and I'm sorry, these men don't think that their program is going to be put on pause. So if I can speak to an audit, when there's an audit by the IRS, right, the business that's being audited, they don't tell the business to stop operating. The audit continues as the business is operating. Same thing for an individual who gets audited by the IRS. They don't tell you you can't spend your money, don't move until we finish the audit. So therefore, there doesn't need to be a suspension of the program. You need to be able to work out whatever there is to need, and I understand the fiduciary responsibility of the district and of the board. I fully understand that. But it can be done simultaneously in a parallel path, and it does not have to be done to the degradation of the men that are standing behind me. So I thank you for your statements. We will hold you to them, that this program can continue to operate while you are figuring out what needs and the processes that need to be put in place. We all make mistakes. Nobody is perfect. And if I heard the young woman that spoke earlier, she didn't really know and been given the guidance and provided the guidance. So how do you say that you're not doing something when the guidance isn't provided? And to Mr. Sibley's, I thank you for your dedication, your continued dedication to these men. You are a role model for the community. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Every time I see the Kappa Leaguers, they're always men. They're always standing up. They're always representing the community. They're always representing themselves. So to even question and to try to say that there needs to be a pause with the program is unacceptable. And yes, no, I am not a resident of Wyandanch, but I was a resident for 26 years. So I do have the ability to come up. I thank you once again for your statement, and I do hold you to that this program will continue to operate while you figure out the processes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Last on my list is Pastor Bryant Cole.
Good evening. Good evening, board. Good evening, superintendent, assistant. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, administrator. Good evening, Wyandanch. This is serious. This is serious because we've gotten a tremendous outcome, a tremendous showing tonight, but for the wrong reason. For the wrong reason. We got to practice getting people here for the right reasons, to support this board for good things. Stop worrying about what we shouldn't worry about. Our main concern here in Wyandanch, folks, are the students. Catch this one now. They're the nurses, they're the next doctors, they're the next policemen, they're the next lawyers, they're the next caretakers. They're going to be looking after us. And what are we doing about that? Are we giving them the strong foundation in which they need to go forward, or are we just doing things to hold them back? They got enough strikes against them out here. They got enough things going against them out here. We need to be supporting them fully. Trustees. You looked up that word, trustee? Trustee. You are entrusted with a very valuable commodity. You're entrusted with lives. Talking about money. Money, God almighty. Listen, money, talking about money. I don't know how many times my pockets, I come up elephant ears sometimes I walk through the school. But it doesn't matter because it takes a village to raise a child. So I don't worry about when somebody says, hey, Pastor, could I eat? I'm hungry. We got to feed them. These are our kids. They are all our children. We are one community. Let's stop being divided. What is it? Preacher, a house divided won't stand? So let's not be divided. Stop going against each other. Be in oneness. Just over in Romans it says, mark those that cause division amongst you. I'm going to stop. I'm too much of a preacher. So let me stop. But the reality of the situation is, if you don't have something replace something that is doing well, be quiet. If something is doing well and progress is being made and you can't put something into place that's be quiet. Please. I'm going to stop after this one, but it says, and it's clear. A fool is not a fool until he opens his mouth and removes all doubt. That's scripture. I have to. That's who I am. That's who I am. Stop putting things out there that don't need to be out there. I see these boys. They help me. They help the PTSA, in which I'm the president. They help the Young Life program. They come to church. These boys come to church. This is what their mentor teaches them. He says they need to come to church. Pastor Cole, I'm sending them to you. And they come. And not just to sit down and they come to get involved and they have questions afterwards. Please raise these children right. And it's not only the high school, it's every school on this district that you are responsible for. Let's get the work done. Let's stop being divided and come together. Mr. President, you got to do something. The onus is on you. You got to do something. This has to stop. These meetings don't need to happen under these circumstances. You need to have these same meetings for constructive purposes. We wasn't having this meeting when we didn't have enough money in Wyandanch for the athletic department, and New York Jets came in and gave $250,000. Where is it? Yeah. Stop. Boy, without donations, we'd be in trouble. Without donations, we'd be in trouble in this district. I don't have a problem when it comes to donating money. When they say they need something, write a check, send it to them. I don't, and I usually put my money into things that I can support and I back. I don't just give money away.
Mr. Bryant.
Okay, got you.
Thank you.
You give a preacher a mic, what y'all expect?
Can I say something really quickly? I know I'm past my time. As I'm looking at each and every face in the chair, I'm not seeing Mr. Sibbs. So when you guys want to take over our financial things, I hope you're ready to listen to every single story that each of us have, so you can go based on that, because that's how the money's spent, based on our stories. So I hope you're ready to listen to each and every one of us, because all of us have a story. Thank you.
Thank you. That completes the hearing of the delegates.
I want to thank everyone for taking time out to express their concerns. You all have been heard. We will move forward in the process to get over this hurdle. And we're looking for the same amount of support to make sure that we continue on with the greatness that's already taken place. So at this time, a motion for a 10-minute recess, and then we'll come back and get at 9:05. We come back and conduct the rest of the district business. Yeah, recess for 10 minutes. We're back at 10:05. 9:05. I'm sorry. Welcome back. I'm gonna turn it over to Dr. Aristine to the superintendent report.
Just a couple of quick announcements, and then I'm going to make a presentation, which should last about 15 minutes, but let me do a couple of quick things here. About a month ago, the board had suggested that we do a personnel audit. You may remember that. Yes. And we also talked about developing a board policy with regard to personnel audit. So I want to indicate that we have made contact with a company that does personnel audits. It'll go through BOCES. We'll get some aid back on it. And we're going to be meeting with the principal of that company and get this thing going. And I'm going to speak to our general counsel in terms of helping draft a board policy with regard to some of the elements that you gave me some direction on in terms of personnel audits that would be done on an ongoing basis. Okay? So I want to indicate that to you. Next thing is some really very encouraging news. And we've been talking about the pre-K program at the Annex. And pleased to tell you that a lease has been drawn up with Half Howell Hills. I guess the Half Howell Hills board has to act on that lease first. That should be at their February meeting, and you should have that in front of you, and it looks like a done deal, okay? Which really takes the pressure off of us in terms of where we're going to house. Mr. Morris, I saw your light go on.
Yes. Is it an extension?
It's basically, yeah, it's an extension. And in speaking to Mr. Chase, basically it's a push in terms of what we've been giving them over the last couple of years, the same price, right?
How long is the extension for?
1 year. 1 year. Okay.
Question. And I've been saying this for 3 years. With the building that will be built.
Yeah.
And given the timeline.
Yeah.
That it will take to complete it.
Right.
Why are we only settling for a 1 year extension each time?
Yeah.
And the reason I'm saying this is because come October and November, like we have every year, we're going to get a notice from them saying that they're not looking to renew the lease. And then we go back and forth, and then January, February, it's then extended. Yeah. As it's been extended every year now for the last, 1 year at a time for the last 3 years.
I suspect that probably same thing is going to happen, okay? Because they need to evaluate their space needs as well, and they have pre-K programs growing. So from their point of view, they're going to do it on a 1 year basis. However, this time around, you have that property that is being developed in terms of that early childhood facility that's being built, and they expect that could be finished as early as September. We're not going to have to worry about that meeting that guideline, and so my proposition is that if we do have difficulty extending for another year beyond this one, we could move over there.
Got it. So my request to the Board of Education is that at our next meeting, that we hear from the architects, that they come forward before the board so that they can give us a concrete plan or update, on the new school facility, Early Childhood Center, and that we can hear from them regarding their completion, because they have not been here since August.
Yeah. By the way,
and there's not one hole in the ground
that architectural firm is the same firm that's redoing that property on Commonwealth, the same company, same architect.
Understood.
So that's a very nice coordination there.
Yeah, but we paying them for here.
Yeah.
And they got to answer us here, because if we talking about September 20, you said this September or next September?
This September.
So if we think that a building is going to be completed this September, and I still see trees up there.
The Commonwealth is going to be, they're going gonna be, they're finished, they feel that they could do it by this September.
I'm
Now,
not-
I've always been a little skeptical about
So,
that.
Dr.
We'll see.
Ernestine, what I'm talking about is what the taxpayers voted on. The taxpayers voted to approve the new construction of an early childhood center.
Correct.
What they do on Commonwealth Drive, that's their business. What I'm saying is, with the 1-year extension, how would that be in alignment with the plan for the building of the early childhood center that the taxpayers voted on 2023?
And I'm saying that at this point, half Howell Hills will only give us a 1 year. Okay, if they didn't give us that 1 year, we would be under real pressure. So the assumption is that the structure that the school district is building, they're projecting that that would be finished the following April. Okay?
Got it, that sounds better.
Yeah, so that's what we're talking about. If you want the architects here, if the board wants them here, we'll get them here the next meeting.
They should be presenting, in my opinion, at least every 3 months.
Just as a point of information, the architects did visit the Board of Education in October, gave a full scope of the project, not only on paper, but virtually. So it's archived, it's virtual and in paper. So I would imagine that Jessica can redistribute the paper copies in preparation for their next visit.
So we'll have them here, your next meeting in February.
Thank you.
Okay. I got communication from Mr. Liddy. He's a gentleman who runs that wonderful band program that we're very proud of. He has been approached, and this is for information, and I want your feedback. He's been approached by a professional producer of videos, and this producer is interested in doing a documentary on the development of our band program. And this would be, if it were finished, it would be put on YouTube. And I think, my opinion is, and he's looking for some, approval to go ahead and do that. He's very excited about it. And I think it would be terrific public relations for the community, for the band, et cetera. So I wanted to let you know that, and I'll come back to you within about a week or so. Think about it, about the advantages and disadvantages, and I just wanted to inform you, give you a heads up. Not asking for any decisions right now, but just think about it, okay?
Just a point of clarity, if legal can give us the bounds of which we need to follow in terms of, not now, but just in terms of what we need to put in place to make sure that the district is protected and our students are protected.
Obviously, any students' pictures, photographs, images would not be presented unless they had parent consent, okay? That would be a given, and Mr. Liddy acknowledged that in his email to me. So just wanted you to know that. And these are quick things, and then I'm going to go on to my presentation. I would say about 2 weeks ago, we received a correspondence from an attorney who represents our insurance company, Salerno. And there was a student accident that occurred. We were sued. That was the stump at the high school. Kid broke his foot, and they've been negotiating, and we need to get. We don't want to get into that. Not right now. Executive session. Okay. So I pulled that for executive session. Very good. We don't want to identify anybody, and that may be too much information. Gotcha. Okay. With that said, I'd like to make a presentation.
Okay.
Okay?
Point of, I guess, a question, actually. I guess to Mr. Aristide and Mr. Wilson, I guess in terms of having all the tree stumps, especially I think there's a lot at the elementary school, grinded and removed. We gotta get to you before you get there.
Okay, here we go. We had discussed this at our agenda preparation meeting, and in preparation for what you're going to be getting over the next couple of months as to the budget for 25-26, I wanted to put a little bit of this in context as a kind of a precursor. And that is the focus being the charter school and the impact of the charter schools on Wyandanch, okay? And I'm going to take you through a whole lot of information and numbers, but I'm going to have some conclusions and recommendations at the end of this as well. So bear with me for about 15 minutes and you'll have plenty of opportunity for comments and questions and discussion, okay? So the objectives would be to present data with regard to the charter school, its enrollment, the school district enrollment, and the corresponding fiscal data. And these are all connected, okay? These are all connected, interconnected. We're going to draw some conclusions from all of this information. And then, as I said, we're going to make some recommendations as to those. So, first chart, right? What you have here is our enrollment, the enrollment of the charter school. The charter school started in 2022 school year, 22-23, with programs at kindergarten, first grade, second grade, kindergarten, first grade, and second grade. You see the number of students. These are Wyandanch students, and the total number of 86 kids. According to the charter, they indicate their plan. They indicated a capacity of our students for those three grade levels of 175 students, and they filled 49% of the seats that they could have. The following year, you see kindergarten, first grade. Now you see first grade compared to year one, compared to year two, 32 goes to 41. You see second grade, 23 goes to 32, and the new class coming in, which is at the third grade, 26. So their total goes to 122. Their capacity in terms of adding a third grade goes to about 250. And again, their enrollment is about 49% of capacity. But now take a look at this year, okay? So what happens this year? They add a fourth grade. They do not have a fifth grade. That was the charter, for whatever reason. And they add a sixth grade. Let's take a look. So 57 students go into kindergarten, and that's up 25% 4 kids. That doubles, okay? More than doubles. Goes up 34 kids. First grade goes up about 6. Second grade virtually doubles. Third grade goes up significantly. Fourth grade, 39 students. And sixth grade, 51. But take a look at the bottom. Of a capacity of 420 students that they could handle, they fill 70% of that capacity, increasing. So now we are projecting, and projections are based upon a number of data points and our enrollment, and these are the best projections we could come up with. And as you see, over the next couple of years, they're going to be adding, next year they'll add a 5th grade, and they'll add a 7th grade. And then the following year, they will add all of the grade levels. It'll be K-8 with a capacity of 798 students, almost 800 students. And if we project 70% of the seats would be filled, that's going to have a sizable impact. In fact, you're looking at in 2026, 27, we would lose almost, well, more than 500 students, okay? And that would be K-8. We'd lose 500 students K-8. Now, the entire district, K-12, is 1,500 students. So that represents a third of our total enrollment. Very significant, okay?
That answers a quick question regarding those numbers there.
Yeah.
The first question is, this is just a projection.
We're talking anything beyond this year, obviously, is a projection.
And secondly, did we come to this projection based off of what the capacity is that was reported of the building? And so we kind of played with it. How did we come to those projections past this year?
Yeah. It has to do with the number of students we have at the grade level, because those vary. It has to do with the various data points and the trends, the patterns of those data points, principally based upon that. Now, they're projections, which means they're guesses, and they're our best guesses, and we should take these very seriously. Okay, good.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome, of course. Okay, so now, not only do we have students going to the Wyandanch charter schools, but there are other charter schools in the neighborhood meaning Uniondale and Hempstead and so on. So these are the number of students who are attending other charter schools, and we've got 31 of our students going there, and these include high school. So we've got 22 kids presently, K-8 at various outside charter schools. We got 9 more at the high school. We have 31 kids going to other charter schools. And by the way, we have to pay for their transportation, okay? So if one kid goes, let's say, to Uniondale, to the high school, you've got to pay a bus back and forth all year long. So there are big expenses involved. We'll get into the expenses in a second, okay? Okay, so this is enrollment for Wyandanch. So take a look, and you do not see pre-K, okay? So this runs kindergarten to 12th grade. So right now we've got about roughly 2,400 students. And if you take a look, there are some years, for whatever reason. Now, for instance, 5th grade, has 231 kids. But remember, the charter school this year does not have a 5th grade. So that would account for some of that. And you'll see that the high school, which will not be affected by the charter school at this point, what their numbers are. And so those larger cohorts over the years will be graduating, and they'll be replaced by a smaller number of kids who are coming up behind them. And so these are the projections in terms of the next 3 years out. So next year, we're projecting that we would lose an additional 171 students. Those will be lost not K-8, but those would be lost. I'd have to go back and give you the grade levels. The year after that would be the full K-8, and that would be, we would lose 203 students, okay? If you add 171 that we'll lose next year, plus the 203, that means over those 2 years, we would lose a total of 374. We go another year out, we would be losing another 132, because at that point, the school would all be, it would be K-8, and we would have lost a total of 500 students over the last 3 years. Now, there's obviously lots of implication in terms of not only finances, but programming and personnel and all of that. It gets very complicated, okay? So, this gives you an idea of the enrollment simply by building. So in LFH, right now, you've got K2, 449 students, and then it levels off plus or minus plus 380. In 3-5, right now, you've got 548. Remember, it still has the full 4th grade, and then it levels off, 4th, 53, 408, 365. Down, down, down. Middle school, right now it has 543, and then over the next 3 years, it goes down, down to 400, down to 374, and those are the totals as you see on the bottom. So those are enrollment data by building. Fiscal impact, okay. The important thing to look at here is that right now we are paying $22,500 per student, tuition, only tuition. So for each child who leaves our district and goes to the charter school, at least base $22,500 goes with them. Now, this does not include, so on top of that, okay, tuition, on top of that tuition, we pay, and this is according to New York State laws that govern charters. We have to pay their nurse services, many of the special education services, particularly the students who are placed out of district, correct? Correct. Go ahead.
Yeah, in regard to the charter school, if they're integrated co-teaching classes or inclusion, that's an extra charge that they will forward to us, or if we have speech services or occupational therapy or resource room, we have to pay the contract for the charter school students.
Okay, so all of these are additional. And we have to pay transportation. So that number of 22,500 is actually a whole lot higher than that. That's just the tuition, okay? So, if we take those numbers and we project how much money Wyandanch is going to pay the charter schools, okay? Fiscal impact. So this year, our bill will come to $8.6 million. Okay, Calvin, help me. What is the total operating expense of our district?
Total operating expense per student for one or for?
For the district. Because the 8.6 million is part of what whole?
I'm not sure. Oh, all right. And that, yeah, about 110?
About 110. So our budget is about 110 million, and we're paying 8.6 million. You do the percentage, okay? Pretty significant percentage. Yeah, that's about, what, 7%? Quickly, in my head. Next year, with the additional enrollment, we would projected to spend 13.7 million. The year after that, almost 18 million. The year after that, 19 million. Okay? So fiscal impact grows and grows and grows each year. This is not working. Help. Okay. Conclusions. Okay? With regard to enrollment, once students leave for the charter school, they stay there. The data shows they don't come back. Okay? They stay there. They settle in, they make friends, they get comfortable, they achieve, they stay. Okay? We stand to lose, and this is the K-8 general education students. Okay. So who are these students at the charter school, and who are they not? For the most part, they're general education students, which means that they're disproportionately general education students. Disproportionately, they're not special education students, and they're not E&L students. Special education students cost per capita a lot more money to educate. E&L students cost a lot more money to educate. So the students who are remaining, you're going to pay a lot more per capita for each of them because they will be in the Wyandanch public schools disproportionately. So right now, about 20% of our student population is special education. And help me out, what percentage are E&L?
About 8% right now?
About 8%. Okay. 30%. Thank you. 30%. Okay? Say it again. Special ed, 20%, and E&L, we're not talking about the Latino population. Latino population is 67% right now of your enrollment. Okay? And the E&L, kids who are getting special services in order to learn the English language, it gives you 50% of our students are special ed and E&L. That's right now. As you move forward, that 50% is going to get higher and higher and higher. Okay. Enrollment, charter school, they do not have a high school. The experience with charter schools across the country is they start in elementary school, and year by year, they go up the grade levels. And I think it would be reasonable to predict that at some point in time, could be as early as 3 or 4 years from now, there will be a high school charter school in Wyandanch. Okay? The enrollment in Nassau County charter schools has increased exponentially over the last 4 years. They've creeped into a high school. And once they get to the high school, goes up even more. Now, right now, we have reserve funds. I know that 4 or 5 years ago, Wyandanch was in deep fiscal trouble. Over the years, the district has a surplus of money, which is a very healthy thing. In other words, they have savings. And those savings are at this point, our credit ratings in terms of the credit bureaus have gone up and up. In other words, we're a real good credit risk because we got a lot of money stuck away in reserves. Given the pattern that I'm sharing with you right now, those reserve funds will be exhausted within the next 5 to 7 years. Okay? So if you had money in the bank account, you would draw on that money in the bank account, and 5 to 7 years ago, the analogy would be that those bank accounts would be empty. Now, that's with the news we just got yesterday, and that is the governor's budget for next year is going up 9%, okay? 9% for this district. So despite the fact that we're going to be getting more money from the state, okay, we would have run out of money within the next 3 to 5 years. But the fact that you're going to get more money from the state means it's going to forestall. You're going to buy an extra couple of years, we're projecting.
Question. With the understanding of that, and this was a point that was also brought out back when there was a public hearing, I want to say about 3 years ago, that we had to do regarding the incoming of the charter school. With us having known this now for 3 years, wouldn't it be safe to say that we slowly, I won't say raise the tax levy, we won't do that, but at least have an increase in what we present to the community? Because over the last 3 years, we presented a 0% increase, so that it can offset the tax pay, so that it can allow us to have this increase, so that we don't have to continue to tap into the reserve fund, and that we have money coming to the general fund to pay for the charter school.
I got your question. Let me respond, okay? Let's finish this, then everybody will talk, okay? Okay. We'll give them the privilege of interrupting from time to time. You'll get your voices, believe me. I'd be happy to hear from you. Okay. 20% of the budget comes from local tax levy. Okay. 20%. So let's say your total budget right now is $100 million. 20 million is coming locally, okay? And so that means 80% is basically coming from the state. There's some money coming from feds, there's money coming from some grants. That is marginal, okay? Most of the money is coming from the state. So even if you raised local taxes by 1 or 2%, which is the tax cap, you're not looking at a lot of money in terms of that 20%, okay? Not looking at significant money, okay? You want to ask a question? Please.
So, my taxes are high. I am a resident, a tax-paying resident.
Sure.
In Wyandanch. Before we start suggesting raising it, you're going to have to tell me what you're going to do to make that worthwhile.
Yeah, and I'm going to try to do that.
Like, why you want to raise? Why is that the thing? To
Yeah.
raise our tax?
Okay, all you could do right now is there's a tax cap The maximum you could raise it in terms of tax levy is 2%.
I don't need that.
Okay, you don't need anything, you need 0. Okay. Now, the board, it's their budget, and the board can fix that rate whatever they want to, anywhere from, 0 up to 2. And I would think that, as a taxpayer, I don't want to pay any more money in taxes either. I got it, okay? But if you don't continue to raise a little bit, you're just going to run out of that bank account that much faster, okay? Let me go on. Last bullet up there, I made this point before, a disproportionate amount of funds will be spent on special education and the English language learners on a per capita, per student basis. Recommendations. So now, what are you going to do about it? Okay, what are you going to do about it? Well, you could sit back and do nothing, and you could roll out the same programs that you have right now, and all of those projections that we just put up there are most likely to happen. So what can you do? Okay, well, number one, you could somehow increase your student enrollment, or you could try to stop parents from signing their kids up and sending them to charter school, or you could have such a superior program to actually bring kids back, okay? But if you do nothing, what's going to roll out is you're going to run out of money in 5 to 7 years. So what do you want to do? Well, when you take a look at student achievement, okay? Those of you who read the newspapers, and I'm just giving you the facts, you're not going to be happy with them. I wouldn't be happy with them. I am not happy with them. But just as an example, 2 weeks ago, they listed the percentage of students who passed the English regents in New York, on Long Island. Of all of the districts on Long Island, Wyandanch was at the bottom of the list. The bottom. There wasn't a single district that scored worse than we did. Okay? In terms of our achievement scores, they're basically at the bottom as well, and we give a number of different kinds of achievement scores. So, the achievement level, and people vote with their feet. If they feel as if their kids aren't getting the kind of education that they could get someplace else, they're going to go someplace else. Okay? I would. You would. So, what you have to do is to give them a better educational product. How do you do that? Well, you need to change the instructional program. Okay? You have to do something different than what you're doing now. So this year, we have begun all kinds of innovations and training, crash courses, in order to address the instructional programs. In addition to that, we find that charter schools across the country that are very successful have what's called project-based learning, where students are working together in groups, in projects, applying their basic skills to developing reports and presentations, which are of high interest, which get them excited, and they achieve. Also, successful schools across the country, particularly those with low proficiency in basic skills, have direct instruction In other words, they drill the basics of reading and math particularly. They spend a lot of time on task learning math and reading, with a focus on math and reading. What I'm recommending is that we provide programs and services that would be highly attractive to parents and very exciting for kids. And I've listed a few. I made a presentation a couple of weeks ago on the Gifted and Talented program at the elementary school. We now have career and technical education programs at the high school. We have barbering, we have repair of small technology instruments, and we're talking about adding computer repair and cosmetology for next year. The middle school has basically an exposure program, once a week, whatever, in band and chorus. Middle schools have band and chorus programs, full blown, okay? Kids love it. Community with a high Latino population, you teach them Latin music. You develop a mariachi band. Exciting for them in terms of their culture, okay? You have jazz band, different culture. Proposing a studio art program in middle school, where kids could really delve into their artistic talents on a daily basis for half a year, okay? Not art appreciation, but an art studio program. We would have to make adjustments at the high school level in terms of the programs that we would have at the middle school in order to build upon them. We would offer a Spanish program beginning in the middle school. Right now, our students don't start Spanish until the 9th grade, okay? Not only do you offer a Spanish program, I'm going to skip down a little bit, but you see the next to last bullet is Spanish language arts. So we talk about English language arts, where you're studying literature, where you're studying grammar, where you're studying syntax, the construction of the English language, but you do it in Spanish. And what does the research say? Research says that if you become more proficient in your native language, then you learn a great deal more faster, pick up your new language much faster. And you think about it, it makes sense. Okay. We're talking about a tech exploration program, comprehensive at the middle school level, and enhanced bilingual education courses, K-5. Right now, we do not have a bilingual education program because we could not find teachers. And you should have one, or you should try to have one at each grade level. So we have to start advertising as soon as possible. And we need to begin to bring in advanced placement courses at the high school and make various adjustments in the high school course offerings. Those are a list of the recommendations. Capital improvements are buildings and grounds. Many of them they're worn out. They're worn out. They're in disrepair, okay? If you're looking to buy a house, you need curb appeal. You want to drive up and you want to see a nice looking house. Well, you drive up, you want to see a nice looking school. That's safe. That's modern. You've got money in the bank. Got money in the bank. You got to fix them up. It's going to get worse if you don't fix them up. It's going to deteriorate more. We've got to continuously communicate what's going on in terms of our enrollment and the fiscal impact, because this is very powerful stuff, to the New York State Education Department. They have to know what the challenge is. We have to communicate with the members of the Board of Regents, particularly those Board of Regents members who represent Long Island. We've got to get them in here and develop a relationship with them so that they understand what's happening here. We've got to conduct research on cooperative arrangements between charter and public schools. Little known fact, built into the state laws governing charter schools, it calls for public schools and charter schools to work together to develop programming, okay, to share. New York State and California basically have been resisting charter schools every step along the way. The rest of the country has embraced charter schools. There are major cities in this country that virtually every school in those large cities are charter schools, okay? We need to work together for our children, because our children, look, parents deserve to make choices based upon what's best for their kids. Okay? I don't want to stand in the way of parents making a choice. I just want to give them a better choice in terms of the public schools. Okay? They need a reason, a good reason. We should work with NYSET, which is the teachers' union, because they have developed initiatives in terms of their relationship with charter schools. So I'm going to be meeting with the president of our local union within the next couple of days. I want him to invite state leaders from the teachers' union across the state and talk to them about Wyandanch and what we could do, because they have resources. So that's my presentation tonight. I know it's pretty direct and pretty frank, but I think it's really important for you to understand just what we're dealing with. That's the reality. And I welcome discussion. I welcome questions, and my colleagues will certainly help me answer any of your questions as well. And pardon my laryngitis, I'm usually in better voice. Discussion, questions?
So thank you, Dr. Larry, for your succinct but abrupt presentation on the impact of charter schools on the Wyandanch Junior Free School District and community. You talked specifically about impact to 3 areas: programmatic, fiscal, and overall quality of life.
Building and grounds and stuff.
Yeah, so you talk about impact in approximately 5 to 7 years. In approximately 5 to 7 years, if our reserves are exhausted, what does that totally mean for our district in very plain terms?
In very plain terms, hold on to your seat, okay? I'm not predicting that this is going to happen, but worst case scenario, that's your question.
For sure.
What's the worst case scenario? The worst case scenario is that they start a high school, okay, and they take 35–40% of your enrollment at the high school, okay? So you're now down to a very small number of students, K-12. The state would be supporting you because there's not enough of a tax base in terms of your tax levy to support the district. So you're going to become more and more and more dependent upon the state. At a point, the state's going to take a look at this and say, why are we supporting this? Okay? They won't be supporting it to 80%. They'll be supporting it to 85–90%. Now, what do you do? Okay? I just give you my thinking. Worst case scenario, they say, you know what? We'll take your remaining students. You're surrounded by all of these other school districts. okay? You're surrounded by at least 4 other school districts with an easy commuting distance, and you disperse the kids. And there's no more Wyandanch public schools. That's the worst case scenario. Am I saying it's going to happen? I don't know. But I'm saying, if you want to go down that road, that's the end of the road.
And then finally, you had a slide in your presentation that talked about the growth over, the next couple of years and the projected amounts that we might be looking at. You also made a really important statement where you said, when they leave us, they stay.
They stay.
They stay.
Yeah.
If you had to think about what creates that safety or what creates that transformative environment that allures them and captures them and holds them to spaces other than ours. Because if they're here, these are the same general ed students that are here that go there and achieve. You mentioned that in the Newsday article, it shows our achievement and test scores at the very bottom.
That's just one example. There are many, many examples of low achievement.
Sure, but for context, what is it that changes when they leave us and go there?
Look, just before COVID, I gave a presentation in Albany to the Board of Regents. Okay? You can find it on YouTube. All right. I was working as a special consultant for a consulting company. The state identified 10 high need meaning communities of color and low income, high need. Okay, that's what it means. They identified 10 high schools across New York State that were achieving proficiency across the board of 90% or better. Districts very much like Wyandanch. I had the privilege of being the site visitor and writing reports in order to identify the secret sauce that made them so high achieving. Now, needless to say, a guy like me, this is like, going, to the Metropolitan Opera, every Broadway show. I mean, this was an unbelievable professional experience. I visited 4 of the 10 schools across the state, and we developed a presentation to the Board of Regents with various programs, strategies, approaches that you could take in order to lift those schools. Okay? And we had hard data and observational data to prove it. It's out there, okay? The information is out there. And it's a matter of beginning to, build outstanding programs, uplift the professionalism of the skillfulness of your teachers, creating an image for the district as, you know what, this is where I want to send my kids. It doesn't happen overnight. It's you have to build it. Build it, they will come. Field of dreams, okay? You need to be creative. You need to be proactive. You need to work together. Okay? Need to work together. Okay? My grandchildren, I'll finish in a second. My grandchildren, ask me for things, I ask them for things to do, and they say, no, Granddad, and I say, the power is in yes. Okay, Grandpa is asking you to do this, the power is in yes. So, okay, Grandpa. So now they ask me for something. And I say, well, we're going to have to go to the store. It's going to take time. It's going to cost money. And what does he say to me? The power is in yes. He turns it around on me. God bless him. Okay? The power is in yes. That's my presentation to you. Thank you very much.
Dr. Armstead, and thank you for this very informative presentation. Regarding the previous slide with respect to the capital improvement portion, I know that with the current bond that was passed in December 2023, that addressed the concerns at that time that was identified and whatnot. Given the fact that it didn't cover everything cosmetically, is it safe to say that we may need another assessment done of the district and a report presented as to a phase 2, so to speak?
You say we're going to have to get another bond? Are you suggesting that? What are you suggesting?
Well, eventually we would, because we need to determine what is it that we seek in that phase 2 in order to build the district up and renovate as we really need to do. So what's next? Because I understand with the rewiring of the electrical wiring and stuff like that, that's needed on an emergency basis. But even going forward, you still have buildings that look like a state prison.
If you're inferring a vision of building new schools, okay, I'm not giving you my personal, I'm no expert in this, I give you my personal opinion. Right? Given this financial picture, okay, the banks are not fools. They will take a look at this and they'll figure out you're going to run out of money in 5 to 7 years. Why are we going to lend you money to build new schools? Okay. You've got money to fix up your schools.
Absolutely.
They're fixable. Okay? You don't have to knock them down. They're functional. What you have to do is to make them a whole lot better and make an investment in those schools. That's my answer to you.
Yes.
My best answer.
So then I'll rely on, and I got what you said, I'm going to rely on.
These guys, they know a lot more about this kind of stuff. I'm a curriculum instructor.
It's all good, I understand.
I'm not a financial guy.
So
I'm going to get away from you.
Gotcha.
And you fire away with that.
Gotcha. So, Mr. Chase and Mr. Wilson, given the question that I asked, do you think that we should look at, and thank you, Dr. Aronson, look at another assessment of the district as it now pertains to the cosmetic upgrades that are needed? So that we're not another 5 years out worrying about, hey, this needs to be done.
One of the first things we're going to do, and it'll be a part of the presentation for the 25-26 budget, is given what the governor has proposed in our unexpected good fortune as it relates to foundation aid. If you may recall, we had to drop about $6 million worth of projects out of the original bond issue because we wanted to reconfigure the ECC space. Well, we now have the money to go back and do most of those life and safety things that we dropped out. So that's going to be priority one for with the new money. We also already have a what's called a building condition surveys list that's filed with State Education Department. And my recollection is there's about $150 million worth of work that needs to be done. So we're taking that list, prioritizing from that list, and going to use our money to make repairs, renovations, and/or additions, and make sure we're ADA compliant and ADA compliant district-wide with the capital money that we will be budgeting annually for the foreseeable future.
Thank you.
I would like to make a suggestion. One of the things that we need to do is enlarge our gym. Maybe we can add on to it, build a new gym, and let that be our second gym, because the gym is too small. When we have games, you don't have enough space between the bleachers and the walkway to get around the players. Our gym for high school is very small.
So you're speaking of the high school specifically?
Yes.
Yeah, we're asking.
Well, definitely high school.
No, this is not a promise of doing anything in the short term, in the near term, for the high school gymnasium, but it's more likely than not that, and when it comes to the high school footprint or property itself, the district will soon be in need of additions and renovations. And for now, I'd like to leave it at that.
Question, there was mention of not being able to position ourselves into getting another bond. I have a follow-up question after that. Go ahead.
Well, if the district were to be in need of another bond issue, let's say 10 years down the road, well, back up. You can always get a bond. I'll put it to you that way. It's just a matter of interest you're going to pay to get it. The worse your financial condition, the more you're going to pay to get the bond.
So this is my issue for the last 20 years. It goes further than 20 years. I've been out of high school 30 years. We're constantly, actually even before that, we're constantly going to the community for bonds, and to me it feels like patchwork. I'm still be on, we need to go to the community and create a whole new school campus, because we're constantly having patchwork. Again, the high school still in Lincoln since I was in 8th grade, 6th grade, the same spot to where there's an indent in the top of the step. And it's just constant patchwork, as opposed to just a whole new school campus that can equip the incoming needs of our student, new gymnasium, AI wing, area to bring our special needs students back home, and which can bring revenue back into the district. So I believe we should be having a conversation, a whole new school campus, as opposed to just continuous patchwork.
Well, Mr. President, patchwork is, in my world, I'll put it that way, patchwork is necessary when you haven't performed the necessary preventative maintenance and or repairs. We don't operate that way. If we're going to do it, we're going to do it right. We're going to fix it right. When it can't be fixed any longer or replaced, might be a more appropriate time to think about building something new. In terms of bonds, again, I don't foresee a financial need for any bonding for the next 5 to 10 years. And that's me speaking, knowing what I know and seeing what I see. Because again, I'm of the belief there's sufficient money to be budgeted on a continuous basis for the next 5 to 7 years to take care of perhaps somewhere between $25 and $45 million worth of capital needs.
In terms of, I'm sitting here as a parent. In terms of aesthetics, some of the work, it will be internal. And every single day I'm driving down Straight Path, I see a brand new building that students are not afforded to unless they enter the charter school. So, but then I drive 12 blocks up and it looks raggedy. And so we may do internal work, we may get updated technological stuff internally, but externally it looks horrible. And where to go drive 12 blocks back down, there's brand new buildings that students are afforded to go to. So this has to be a conversation in terms of, because now we're projecting 500 of our students possibly entering into this charter school. So it's going to cost us one way or the other. Do we take the course in terms of the upfront course, we try to be competitive to keep our students here, or do we keep renovating with potential of losing our students? Image is everything.
Mr. President, you and the superintendent are both right, because again, he mentioned curb appeal. It's extremely important, and I'm very much aware of it. Give us the opportunity to present and roll out a plan.
I'd like to just add something. In terms of curriculum, right, our children, for the most part, right, I worried during the holiday break of how many children missed coming to school. And I feel that if we can also impact directly in their classrooms, that would be very huge for them. For example, if we have a government class or a law class in the high school, and we invest in a classroom that looks like a courtroom, and our children are learning and debating in a setting where the classroom looks like a courtroom, and there is a jury box, and there is, right? And if our children are in science classrooms and we are looking at maybe EMT or emergency services, and the classroom looks like a triage room, the setting in which our children are learning, right, really impacts. You're absolutely right. But we might be able to also think about how we design our classrooms with a purpose, right, in terms of what they're doing. Our barbering classroom is, right, it makes you feel like you're in the actual profession. And so these are some ideas that we might want to have in discussion to also invest in our settings. We can experiment with children in elementary school, middle school, and high school, where we put all the furniture in the middle of the room and say, put the classroom furniture in the best way that you feel you can learn. And we can see what our children come up with in design on the elementary level, on the middle school level, and on the high school level. When we increase our business courses, if we have a room look like a Google office, there's inspiration in that also. So as we look at the curb appeal and do those outside things which are very important, we can make a direct impact in the motivation of our students if we look at the design and invest in the insides of our classrooms to create that space where they feel that they are a CEO of a company, right? That they're a lawyer, right? And in a courtroom, that they are a doctor or a nurse in a medical room. Then that might be another avenue for motivation for our students to want to come and for our students to want to stay in our district, and their voices and their setting in what they're learning, I think, is also extremely important. So something to think about.
And Mr. Crawford and board members, be optimistic. Believe it or not, I'm very optimistic. In my many years here in Wyandanch, I never had the opportunity that you provided me with now, which is to work with the school district when the school district has money.
You got to say that 3 times.
And I have been fortunate enough to participate with your administrators here. Developing programs the right way. Programs drive budget and money. Things are going to get better. You have the money to do it, and you're in the process of making sure you get the right personnel to do it. So I want you to, don't be pessimistic, be optimistic. You got again, when we say we're going to begin tapping the reserves in 5 to 7 years, that's a fact. That's a fact of life. All right, projection-wise. Yeah. That could change from 5 to 7 to 7 to 9, or it could go the other way as well. But either way it goes, there's a plan in place to address it. Okay? There's a plan. And as the superintendent said, one of the most important elements of that plan that we or the district administratively has no control over is making sure that those that lead administration work together.
Trustee Morris?
Yes, to Dr. Kwan's point, Back in August, I presented to the district, I sent an email over, some kind of Department of Probation was having the youth court. And that's what kind of they do it as well. Each township used to do it, however, now they do it as the county as a whole, to which students from local school districts were given an opportunity to sign up and hear actual cases that their peers were involved in. So rather than go to juvenile court, it goes to the youth court, and you know, you may have your defense attorney, you'll have a student who is the prosecutor and so forth. And they're making actual decisions whether, hey, Gerard, he jaywalked, so to speak. So we as a youth court would say 30 hours of community service or whatever. Unfortunately, not one child from the district was signed up for such program. But thankfully, last week when the children presented, I did hear them say that they're looking to do a mock trial, which is good because there's also a competitive aspect to it where they go to the Suffolk County Courthouse and, you know, present cases and argue it. So that's a good thing. Yes, because you want to ensure that you instill these careers and present it to them early on. So thank you for that.
And then,
so as it pertains to literacy, financial literacy, yes, we do. That is through, that's at the middle school and high school, I believe, correct, Dr. Jordan? Yes. And there is an agency that was presented to the board, and they come and they do it.
yeah, and I just wanted to add, Dr. Kwan, 2 of the 3 courses you mentioned, one being Teens in Law, which I experienced at North Babylon High School, Government at North Babylon High School, were actual courses which had a lasting effect. And I don't know where he is, but Mr. Rubin was our student teacher at that time who was studying government, politics, economic society at Stony Brook University, who had a lasting impression on my little indelible life, right? Because everyone knows I have a penchant for civics education and service learning, to the extent that last night we had the opportunity to meet and talk with Dr. Sheriff Errol Toulon, Suffolk County's first black sheriff, black sheriff, man of color, esteemed, brilliant, who is working to preserve these very things. He's bridging the gap between law enforcement and community, and particularly he's working with school districts across the county to do just that. Spread service learning and make it a real component of real life for these young people who are figuring out just what they want to pursue. And so during the interim, I had an opportunity to mention that to our esteemed interim, and I plan to share that information with him so that those relationships can be bridged and make that a reality instead of just discussion.
Is there any other questions, comments, concerns? It is now 10:40, excuse me. Motion to adjourn. Walker. Yeah. Yes, sir.
That should only take 10 minutes, I hope, with the executive session agenda, or what's left.
What was left?
You have a quick discussion or update from the business office, the settlement that Dr. Aaronstein discussed, and then an update regarding the negotiation of the superintendent contract. Sorry, and you pulled personnel resolution number 2, letter C.
Right, and I'm asking to have that addressed at the next meeting. We need a special meeting.
Okay, but what about especially as it pertains to the band trip that is to take place in May? Yes.
Is it urgent that we have to do it tonight? Or
I think so, because There's a fundraiser out there and we got to figure out.
My recollection, Mr. President, is there's a February 1 deadline or something. And, time is of the essence.
All right, so we got a motion on the floor. Do we gonna pull it back? Motion for executive session for not to exceed 5 minutes.
I'd say
No, man, 5 minutes. We out of here. Walker, Brown, we gotta talk fast. Any questions, comments, concerns? We are now in executive session at 10:42 to 10:47. Talk fast.